You Aristo. Thank you. What happened? Yesterday was a lot worse, and today there's just like twerking all around the art. I'm watching Charles Lister stream. What's this doggy looking at? What's this doggy looking at? Hey, Vilmocas. What's going on? Any drawing pad? What do you mean by drawing pad? You mean like what? Like digital? Like a digital drawing pad? It depends on your budget. I have a Cintiq Pro 24. Uh, yeah, it's about this size. This size tablet. I cannot show it. Wait. This size. Is it? Wait. I cannot show it to you. But yeah, it depends on your budget, I think. The one I have is great. Cintiq Pro. Also, don't have any problems with it, so it just works. Didn't have to return it, don't have any dead pixels, so I'm happy with it. I've heard some other people have problems with it though. Like, it's never perfect. Just make sure you order it from like a physical place where you can return it to if it's like broken. If you order everything online, you get problems. You're gonna have problems returning broken shit. For expensive purchases, I'd go to like a physical store and let them deal with like returning stuff. Um, Also, yeah, if you're looking for a cheaper one, uh, I I got this from XP Pen, which seemed fine to me. This one, so it's a tablet, you know, just costs like $200, which is pretty cheap. What to draw? What to draw? I was thinking of getting an iPad, but didn't think I needed all that. Figured I could do a lot of less. It's not bad, like this. I have this iPad too. This one, right? It's a bit dirty. Um, I don't use it a lot. Just my kids play with it. I don't know. I like my setup, my Cintiq setup. I love the Cintiq screen. It's like a little bit. It got some texture to it. So um, it's more fun for me to sit on. Like, I guess I could change it. Like, I don't know. I just like working on the big screen. I think just having that, like a big glass slate in front of my face instead of like being hunched over like a gremlin. I like this setup. Oh, where did this line come from? Thank you, Larson. I got coffee. I'm gonna try and drink it hot. What to draw? What to draw? Good thing with iPad is that it's just one device. A lot of artists use it with Procreate. Yeah, that's true. When you're buying a graphical tablet, you also need to think about the system computer you're going to use it with. Yeah, I find that Mac just works better with Photoshop. It has less like Windows is like Windows Ink, and it's like it really messes the Wacom drivers up. You know, I don't know if it changed already, but you'd get this like circle. Like if you press the Wacom, you get like this circle that appears, and then you got these like blips, like these little, when you pressed it. If you got rid of the circle, there were like these little, like bubbles that appeared whenever you clicked, and if you remove that, you had like these this little like notifiers. Like when you press a modifier button, it would like appear next to your mouse pointer. Like whenever you press Alt or Control, which you do all the time when you draw, you get that. And then when you record, like all this that stupid shit shows up on the recording, and then it looks stupid. I don't know if they already fixed that, but I had to scour the entire internet to understand how to get rid of that. Like, and there was this post on a thing Microsoft forum. Somewhere in the comments was like this girl who was who found a way to get rid of it. So you had to basically hack your computer. Like you had to use some kind of services, but then Windows Home Edition didn't have that feature, so you had to install something that like added that to your that unlocked that part in Windows Home Edition, and then you had to like change the registry and like change all this stuff, and then it went away. I mean, props to Microsoft for being so like changeable, updatable, but like if you spend some time, you can like change anything in Windows. But yeah, I just noticed that on my Mac I didn't have this problem. So when I had to replace my desktop, because it was, yeah, I was getting like this blue screen of death every like 5 minutes. I had to change my desktop. Uh, I just like I needed to change it fast, so I just went Mac Studio. It's just like yeah, it's just that shit just works. So I mean, it has like drawbacks too, but well, let's draw something. I'm gonna draw. All the boobs seem to be gone from the art page, but now there's like twerkies. Let's call these people twerkies. Let's draw a face, and I'll record it on my different screen. So I use Streamlabs. So many artists have been banned. Yeah, I understand. Like if you like, what were they drawing? Like it's fucked up minds. I don't know if I can swear, but like I know about this stuff, but it's still like I don't know. It's like they came out of some they were hiding in the bushes, and then they came out ready ready to rumble. So how do I record process in Photoshop? So it's like nice because when you draw, you keep like zooming in and out. And then if you want to make a process video, it just takes a long time because you got to cut out all the zooms. And so what I do is I use OBS. I stream with Streamlabs, so I use OBS, and then here I do window capture, and then I take this one, right? So it just records the screen, and that means you can just have other, you know, like you see, you can just have other windows above the recording, and then you can yeah, just record the other window, and then it has its own zoom level, right? So I can just move it to my other screen, zoom in, right? And this all, when I draw here, right, it appears on the other screen, right? So now you can like, yeah, you just have, you know, if you do an hour drawing, it looks kind of like a Procreate time lapse. Oops. So I'm gonna draw a dude, like always, but I'm gonna like give him some like scarring or something, like some big old burn mark. See if we can make something cool of this. Second instance of the same file, I use it to see smaller version. Yeah, that's it's also possible to do. That's probably the intended use. But yesterday's like debacle of Twitch happenings, they got me a lot of followers with this the title I have here. It's still going on because now the art section is like twerk city. So many grifters and like waiting for an opportunity or something. They're not even like real people, they're just compilations. I don't know what people spend their time on, but I'm just gonna draw boobs all day. There's nothing wrong with that. They need to make a dance section. I think they had that before, but then it's probably was too raunchy or something. Or maybe it's like with the dance star game or something. I don't think there's anything wrong with like drawing boobs, but there was something wrong yesterday, like badly. You know, if this was like a setup, FBI setup or something, I think they like had a big success. You know, because they weeded they weeded out some Like you can send these addresses to the feds or something. I have a video about Twitch rules overdrawing nipples. Yeah, you do. Just link. Can you link it? I'll watch it later. I know I got banned for showing like nipples for like a week before. And I heard people getting banned now too for just like regular regular nipples. I don't know. This phase is kind of boring. The CEO mentioned a lot of the people banned today were mass report. Where did they mention that? Like I like to follow his place where he mentions this stuff. So it's just like automatic. It's so bad. Such a bad system. It's like an automatic banning system. Just if you get enough people, you can just like fuck up somebody's stream. I get that it's a safety feature. I heard rumors that there were some big. Oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense. So now like everyone's playing nice, because there's nothing like the front page of art just seems like it was before, because everyone's probably careful now. He streams on Twitch. Oh yeah, it's that guy. That guy looks cool actually. No, he's CEO. That's funny. He looked like this before. Now he looks like a badass. It's funny what just some changes to your haircut can do. I don't know. I think it's kind of rare to see that this kind of like transparency or something. I don't know. I mean, someone's gonna tell me that he's an asshole or something, probably. That he eats little babies or something, but not that I think he does. Or don't mind me. It's just cool that he also like works on streams on that and addresses stuff like that. I see some human women using the rules to, yeah, maybe semantics, like you can call anything art. Maybe they want to follow the postmodern definition of art, so they say everything in life is art, so I am art, so I can be naked on Twitch. I think it makes sense to allow for certain, to be a bit looser on the policy, especially, the link with fine art to nudity, it's there, it's like you go do model drawing. I think it should be possible to show like a model drawing, without, if you don't show like the actual person, um, like the reference image, I think it should be like fine to show like a model drawing, because are we really that prude, right, that we cannot show this kind of stuff. And I get that it's probably more work, right, because people will like abuse it and they'll try to push the limit. So it's probably easier to just say no, it's not allowed, because then you don't need moderation. I mean, that makes moderation easier, right? You just like nipple ban, nipple ban. Like otherwise, you have to like make by people, pay people, and they then the moderators got to make the judgment. Like, is it artistic or not? Um, that then you got to train people, because people who are like doing the moderation, you know, they they might live in a different country and have different values. Then you gotta train them to say like, oh, this shit is allowed. That stuff is not allowed. I don't know if that matters. So now I can kind of show you how you can use these random lines to make it like a scar, like scar tissue texture. Basically, it comes down to just taking one side of the line and softening it, right? And that just creates kind of like an indent in the skin, like that. So depending on the side you soften it, it either makes a bump or like an indent. I meant to read the rules wrong. Yeah, probably. When you're learning to draw scarring, injuries, gory things, I mean, yeah, it's probably better if you use real life reference. You just gotta be prepared to be scarred for life, like I am. Um, yeah, you gotta. this is this is our this is our curse. We gotta. This is what I don't know how to explain it in English, but this is what we got coming for us. This kind of stuff. I remember this project where I had to draw zombies. Was for you can look it up. It's for the Dead Island trailer, and it's got like some gory scenes. Like like extreme gory scenes. Uh, like this guy gets like his head smashed in. Like it's kind of like you know like you're smashing some kind of pie on the floor. You know. And we had an artist on the team. He's just really bad with blood and stuff. So he's already like saying this from the beginning, like I'm really bad with blood. So they give him like these assignments, and it kind of comes back. It kind of came back all like kind of cartoonish, like he's saying draw a zombie with a hole in his, he's like in his body. Like He's just like doing drawing the character like this. Because I guess he doesn't want to like look up how this stuff would look in real life. So it's kind of like that, which isn't bad, but he's like, it seems like he's avoiding to draw any guts and stuff. So they give the stuff to me, and I have to like, I have to like paint over his drawings. I'm like, I'm the one looking up like, and there was another one where a face gets smashed in, right? So the eye goes like that, goes like out. So I'm the one is like looking up car crash victims and like this disgusting stuff. That's like I'll do it. I don't really have any problem with this kind of stuff. Yeah, I saw some really gory shit. I also sent an email like, maybe like if you have problem, you can put the image in black and white. If you know then at least it doesn't look as like jarring, the blood. It's just like the color makes it worse. So if you just put it in black and white, it's not that bad. I don't know if that helps. Yeah, generally I'm not that I'm not that yeah, I don't have nightmares about this kind of stuff. Maybe I will in the future, but thanks, lady lazy Lizzie. Bye. Hey, just Legion. Yeah, what's going on, right? I am here to guide you through the mess that's going on right now. I'm sure it'll settle down and be fine later. Yeah, all right. Sorry about that. Lazy, oh yeah, lazy bee. Lazy bee. Lazy bee? I'm not gonna say your names correctly, so don't worry about it. Thing is, with this kind of stuff, you also need kind of like a design to whatever you're doing. I think that's maybe lacking in my in mine a bit. Should probably look up Freddy. Freddy. Hey, I know all about that. My name is Jens, and people think it's like from Jen. So I think they think I'm like a girl if they don't haven't seen my face. Like, hey, what DM me? Hey, what's up, girl? Hey, Jen. I've had that a couple of times. I think most people know by now. Jensen? What's Jensen? Hey, Shagar. Shagar? Thanks for the sub. Uh, it is the rule if you sub, you can have your portrait drawn or anything else, and it'll be added to the list, to the gallery down there. So if you want Jensen Ackles, oh, cool. Is he from Sweden or something? My name is Swedish, Scandinavian. It's kind of like John. His name is John, basically, in Sweden. So it's super common in Scandinavia. It's like Jose, Joao, Jean in French, Jan in Belgium, Johan in Germany. Like all countries have this name. It's all derived from the Apostle Johannes. But every country kind of has its own version of it. But you say Jens, yeah. Because we don't say J, we say Ye in our language, which is Dutch. I speak Dutch. Yeah, that name is also said. That name is I think it's in Belgium it also exists, but we also say it Jacqueline. Jake Quellen. Oh, you're Jake Quellen. Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that comedy sketch? Hey, Shagar. It's pretty cool. I lurk a lot in here. Followed you on Instagram for years. I'm a 3D artist. Uh, it's real nice to take a break and look at some 2D stuff. I think that's my all-time favorite comedy sketch. D Nice, Jake Quillet. It's from Key. If anyone doesn't know this, it's from Key and Peele on YouTube. Hey, Plat- Platano boy, what's up? Fortunately, where I live, Quebec, I lived in Quebec City. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's a special accent. I can say that. It took me a lot of time to get used to. But sometimes, it was very nice. Sometimes it sounded horrible. Just depended on who spoke it. Yeah, I worked for this company called Volta uh, in 2000, a long time ago, 2011. So I lived there for a year. It was very, very nice experience. Yeah. So I actually learned how to speak French in Quebec. Like, I'm from Belgium. We learn French in school, uh, but nobody actually gets good at it except like the good students. There's some who manage to learn French um, because they're just really, they're just smarter and they actually study. So the way you learn languages in school is often like you have to practice to get good at it, right? So you don't actually practice. So I never actually learned French, but I had like a nice base for it. So when I got to Quebec City, I actually learned it very fast. Ah, why? That's what I heard. That's what I think of when I think Quebec, Quebec French. Ah, why? Sorry, I don't want to offend you. Tabarnak. My friends there were actually just French people who were there for work and stuff. It just happened that way. But yeah, the people from my work, they all spoke Quebecois. So it's been a while since I spoke any French. It'll take more than that. I worked in the North Sea for a few years with Germans and Norwegians. A guy came in from Iceland. I had to speak English to the Norwegians because they couldn't understand him. I know they're not the same languages, but from what I knew at the time, it's more of a dialect. Yeah, sounds like you work in the North Sea. How scarred do I want this fella to be? You learn Polish. Sounds difficult. Yeah, a lot of stuff sounds just downright impossible to me. Being from Western Europe, like I don't even talk about learning something like a Slavic language because it's just impossible. People probably do it, but it sounds very difficult. It's just like a lot of these languages have, they're just like I think you gotta like go live there, or be born, there before you like can learn something like that. Like Chinese or something. How can you like learn Chinese if you don't like if you're not born there? His your maybe should be like a little mutilated. Mutilated, very strong word. Damn. You went to an oil rig when you were 18. So I actually drew Deadpool, it seems. give this guy normal proportions. He's a bit squished. I have to watch squishing characters a bit. These eyes are fine. Just gotta move this one. It was either that or the army. Yeah. You did good. You made the good choice. Hey, what's up, Surimio? You have a really neat drawing style. I like it a lot. What are your main influences or inspirations? I have a lot. A raid. Oh, welcome, raiders.
Of the catapults. Infantry form up for advance. Archers ready.
Yo, cozy art. Hey man, feel free to share your work with us. I'd love to take a look. So I'm gonna redo the shading a little bit on this guy. No, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm gonna add my favorite filter to this. There we go. I saw what I looked like character designs and I had to join. Yes, I am a character designer by trade. So normally I work for game companies and stuff, but I also like to stream. Let's see, Lee Kose does some traditional drawing, it seems. Ooh. Commission marathon, nice lanes. Ooh, it's actual paint. It's a rarity. Nice. Frazetta, always cool. I like these little paintings you do. That's cool. You can see you're getting better here. You're improving. These recent ones. This one is great. Like nice balance to everything. This one's cool too. Nice, man. Thanks for a rating. Hey, Sammy. Oh yeah, it's cool. Traditional is very very cool. There's a strange bug. If you go to Photoshop to Chrome and then back to Photoshop, it's the mouse bugs out. Uh, computers. Yeah, traditional is cool because you can actually sell your stuff. Commissions and stuff. You create physical objects. Maybe in this day and age, it's better to have like good traditional skills. Well, it depends on your intent, the goal of your work. I mean, if you just want to work for clients and stuff in the industry, then digital is still the way to go. But if you want to be on Instagram, sell stuff, it's probably better to have traditional work. I was talking about influences for Phil Conti. By the way, let's see. So what do I like? Um, I like. What kind of artist do I like? Thank you for your fight against. Do I fight against AI? I do. I do. Yeah, I was on Twitter, and there's this plugin called uBlock. No, yeah, uBlacklist. So now if I look for something, right? I look for something like this mouse with armor, right? Some stuff just gives a lot of like AI stuff, you know. I mean, for some stuff, it's not going to work, right? But you can just do like block this site with it, and then it'll block everything, right? So this site, for example, I'll block like general AI sites, and then it just makes your search like a lot cleaner, right? So if you yeah, but you can't. I'm not gonna block Pinterest because then you don't have any Pinterest anymore at all. So that's kind of hard to. That one is kind of hard to block, I guess. But yeah, just for regular stuff, if you wanna get rid of like some AI results, it works pretty good. For some search stuff, you won't like. it'll just be like filled with it, like the mouse example. But you know, like you look for Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then there's like a bunch of AI stuff, and you know, it just annoys me so much. Like just seeing it as a thumbnail just like drives me crazy. So now at least I have the most common sites blocked with that from the search results, and so I don't have to like internally rage about this stuff anymore. Like this stuff, like it's not gonna go away anytime soon. I just like don't want to look at it at least. Like when you look for like Frazetta work, you know, you'll get like these AI results in there. And with those, you don't always see it because, you know, they're like illustrations with a lot of elements, so it's like really small, but you see it like right away when you click on it. So now we can play with some shadows, with the depth of certain marks. We could say, you know, this is like a lot deeper, for example, right? So if you want it to have surface level, we don't do anything with it. But like, let's say I want this thing to be deeper, I just like, you know, put it in shadow, for example, right? And it's like a hole in his face. You'd say like all this stuff is like deeper into his face, so it can kind of create like a hierarchy of shapes, which shapes are more important, which shapes are kind of like just texture. You don't want everything to be the same depth, basically. I hate this timeline. It's the only timeline you're ever gonna live in. So you better like it. It's probably still the best timeline. Maybe a couple of years ago was a bit better. At the beginning of the internet, I don't know. There's stuff that wasn't there either, like at that time. So, like, if you go back a little bit, then you're back in the age where they could smoke in restaurants, right? And then it sucks even more, right? Right? Remember that? You go to a restaurant and then you come back all smelly. I don't know, maybe some people like this, but I'm glad these days are over. Yeah, you get people smoking on planes in hospitals. Can go like a step freakier, make his eye look weird. I don't know, looks weird. I don't want that. Yo, thanks for the follow. They smoke and give you the diagnosis in the parking garage. What? Yeah, it's not because you're a doctor you're gonna be like 100% healthy. In fact, doctors have like high abuse risk because they can like give themselves the pills in some cases. Hey, thanks, Sepkal song, friend out. And thanks for subscribing. Yeah, it's Deadpool. He's used to this. Try and work on the overall shading a bit. That's not good. Have I worked for Wizards of the Coast? Sort of. I worked on Magic the Gathering trailers for with Axis Studios. So I did like Innistrad trailer with the werewolves. Um, some trailer with like these with this barbarian and like other stuff. um, yeah. Hey, Action Walrus, thanks for the follow. Hey, Bez Goblina, thanks for the follow. Shake the thing, bada shake the thing. Oh yeah, I gotta draw. This looks so much like the standard Loomis face that it annoys me. Why can I change that? Make his chin a bit wider. I think I'm gonna take a little break and grab something to eat, but I'm not necessarily going to stop streaming because we're not done yet. Oh, I forgot to record. Awesome. can put this face anywhere we like. Actually, it's not a bad spot for it. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Yo. Sorry, I'm eating. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I got some leftover pizza. Hope I don't die because it's been sitting on the counter for 2 days. Am I gonna be okay? Hey, Block Belt. I think the new rules are fine. Um, but you know, it should like it's not. I don't think there's like you shouldn't be banned for drawing, you know, a figure drawing, for example. Problem is people will like try to push the limits with it. Because they want to monetize stuff by being by it's like some pervs, they have no other option than to pay for their kinks. Yeah. So I gotta eat. Yeah, I heard CEO of Twitch addressed it in a live stream that people got banned for because they got mass reported. Because big streamers who were, against the policy, they were like mass reporting channels. So some of the bans are gonna be reversed. Yeah, yeah. Some bans were legit, I think. I think they just have to change it that you can't show genitals. You won't be banned for like boobs. Like exposed genitals, I mean, I don't know, presenting or something, I don't know. It's tricky. I don't know. Uh, side butts. I don't know. No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, people are reading it. I think they got kind of confused, and now they're saying the twerking. The art section is the twerking section. But it's getting me a lot of viewers because of my title. More viewers than usual. Maybe because it's 12 o'clock in Europe. Hmm. Tired of eating. So much work eating pizza. This is the guy I drew yesterday when things went a bit crazy. Early, early mornings. Yeah, dance is an art form, right? So you can't really say it's not an art form. This is now an eat along stream for lonely people. Hey, who who's to say what's art, what's not? You know, that's kind of it's in the eye of the beholder, right? That's the definition. So we allow, you know, if a banana stuck to the wall is art, you know, twerking is art too. The only thing that's not art is illustration. Yeah, you know that meme? In my school it was like that, you know, everything was art except if you wanted to do like draw something representational. They were like, no, this is not art, you know, it's just illustration. You roll around naked in paint, it's art. You paste some like period blood to the wall, it's art. If you draw a nice picture, no, it's illustration, it's not art. Do you know why that separation happened? Yeah, I can think of think up some reasons. It just comes from like uh, postmodernist art movement, you know. Nah, just trying to break free from the art rules, and then you had Duchamp with his toilet saying anything is art, you know. But it's mostly just a way to say to keep art world like skill free so they can like launder money. Right? Say you want to like launder money, you need like artists, you know, that don't have skill. You can just make art, like put some squares on paper, and then you know you can convince people, rich people, that this stuff is worth a lot of money. So you can pump out like a lot of these artists, make artists big, say they're like the best next thing. People with actual skill is rare, right? So they need more artists that can make shit art really fast. Like, oh, this guy puts triangles on canvas, right? We can buy this money, park our money in this contemporary art stuff, and then later we just hope that this guy gets pumped up enough so that this art is worth more money, right? But yeah, you need like, you don't want like actual skilled people, because they know their worth. So you need like these party dudes, that you can manipulate. I'm gonna make art. But I don't know. That's my phone. Crypto before, yeah. So it's the artists themselves that kind of made that happen, I think. Right? Because if you have to be good, then the type of grifters who like go into this scene, they can't play along, right? So it's in their interest to like break down skill as something that's important. So I'll say, you know, so then if you suck, you can still make a lot of money, right? So it's in their interest to make it seem like it's bad to be good at it, right? Say, yeah, but you don't think, the only thing that's important is the concept, right? That allows like really bad people to make money in this world, right? So it's like the type of grifters who, they suck up to the right people. They can get paid doing this kind of stuff. And yeah, art world is full of it. And then, you know, this type of like artist can then manipulate people with money into thinking that their stuff is the best and not something, you know, that's actually skillful. Mind you, a lot of skillful art can also be bad, it's not all good. I'm not saying like if you draw just dragons, it's like high art or anything, it's just, I don't know, I just don't believe in this high art shit. It's all just pretentious. Ryan, I'm not saying that it's all bad or anything, but maybe I'm saying that Damien Hirst is kind of, I don't know. The fact is that like a lot of these guys, they don't even make their own work, you know. So like they just, I a friend of mine used to make the work of this guy called um, Wim Delvoye, and he had a lot of interesting uh, to say about this guy. So it's this guy, right? See the type, and he has like he, you know, his work's kind of cool though. Like, but he doesn't make this stuff himself, and he also kind of steals his ideas. So he's the guy who like tattooed pigs, but and then the pigs were like killed, and then they're like stuffed. Just all this like animal abuse stuff. So my friend was offered to like learn how to tattoo pigs. I think they maybe tattooed the dead pigs though. Like they didn't tattoo the live pigs. But yeah, my friend who worked for them said he just stole that idea from somewhere. Um, I don't know. Like some of it is definitely cool. This stuff looks like AI work before AI work existed. They're like really big, life size sometimes, trucks, but then drawn as like cathedrals. I don't know. Sometimes it's cool, but it's like with everything. There's like good stuff, but most of the stuff is pretty bad. Like, explain to me how there's like a gallery in the center of my city, which is not a cheap city, and then the work displayed there is just some like triangles on a canvas, like literally just you know like that, and it's like one, two, three, red, yellow, blue. Next canvas, like that. How is it possible? It's not even original. Like if it was original, like okay, then it's okay, but it's not even original work. Like how is that possible that something like this survives? Seems like I moved a layer somewhere. Represents prime. Yeah, I bet that that's what it says in the description. I don't want to like make this a shit on everything stream. Ham777. Yeah, I have an ArtStation account. Just put the name Jens Claessens, but it's not super updated. There was a movie I watched that was a hitman and killed people with bags, and then an art person saw those bags hanging on his house because he cleaned them afterwards and put it dry said art. Ooh. I was pretty annoyed at the last museum I went to. They had lots of art from current artists, which is fine. They all had from old masters and such just sitting in storage. I feel like they need to at least have a mix, if not. Yeah. Mm. I gotta draw something else. Maybe we should draw some like gestures or something. Loki wanted to check how much Twitch screwed up. Thanks. Uh, yeah, I'm here. I'm not angry because like there's a lot of there's a lot of movement in the art section. There's more people watching than before, and it drives people to my stream. So what I'm gonna do now is draw some references. Would I be, would it be crazy to test out the new policy and draw uh, from and draw from no, I'm gonna take like clothed 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 ref back. I don't want to like be hit with a ban. um, right, so if you go to this link, you can get ref packs from this place called Graphit Studio, or you can get the one that's on my website. And why do we need reference packs? Just because they're very good images, and you kind of yeah. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna pick one that's that has that have clothing um, clothing on. So yeah, I got a deal with Graphit Studio. I can get their ref packs for free. Um, so let's take this one. Active Ginger Girl Poses, which is a funny name. Um, and I can give you a code to wait, let me see. Sorry, I'm messing up here. Alright, let's go here. Let's see, aggressive. Let's make a new page here. Let's open up Pinterest. So I'll show you how to use the references, right? So you get one of the packs following the link I just put, and then we can select some poses, right? And this is all allowed because there's no boobies. With a bat sounds good. That's a good pose. Dance. That's awesome. So that's 4. We're gonna take around 5 pictures. That's a good pose. Right. Let's put on some music. You can draw artistic nude but not sexual content. Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I read this. But I guess people have different opinions about this. Yeah, some of them got reported for no reason though, but I think, like if you saw the front page of art yesterday, it's really easy to see that cannot be the intention. It just looked so bad. Like you cannot defend this anywhere. Like if a site with like 12-year-olds look like this on its front page, I don't think you can defend this anywhere. Like people, they'll start writing, mainstream media news about this stuff. Articles like popular Twitch site, streaming site, shows what looks like underage girls with exposed genitals on its front page. Yesterday we understood that they're just those anime girls, they're basically just 4,000-year-old vampires, right? So it's not, there's nothing dirty about it. So why do we do these kind of gestures? It's to get used to like the rhythm of the human body, right? If you can like grasp what the human body looks like, you're gonna have a way easier time drawing stuff from imagination. So I think this is what Twitch means when, people got unfairly punished. If you want to do a drawing from reference, I agree you shouldn't like show the actual reference photo, but you shouldn't be like banned because you have a nipple showing. Boring, but yeah. I know if you've ever gone to like model drawing, you'll understand there's nothing like sexual about it. It's just art. And it's quite respectful. Hey, look, look at 1013. Yeah, welcome. It seems like my name really works. Let people show the normal way to create art. So we're doing gesture drawings. If you want to get these kind of reference packs, you can follow this link. So the more you do of these, the easier it'll become. When I have a live workshop, I always make the students do these kind of gestures every day. Um, right? So before I even explain who I am, I just say, get your drawing gear and draw this. Like I give 10 minutes per sketch, right? And then everyone kind of like, you can hear like the sighs of everyone, like, nobody is prepared for that. They think, oh, first class gonna be chill. uh, yeah, then at the end of the week, I compare the first drawings with the ones they did on the first day. And, without exception, everyone has improved. So then I say, like, imagine if you do this, um, not just for a week, but for a year, right? Like, imagine how good you can become if you just, and it only takes like 50 minutes, right? You can find this kind of time in a day. Oops. Let's try to fix my camera. So look at that. It's just about, practice and doing it every day, basically. So what you do is you get a couple of reference packs from the link I just provided in the chat. You give a challenge to yourself to do it every day for a month. If you can do something like that, you can handle. You might be able to handle like a professional drawing schedule. Damn, my Photoshop is bugged. Oh, I just have to live with it. Do I have to do 30 seconds gesture drawing? No, I'd say take a little longer. I mean, 30 seconds will be fine for maybe, like a warm up followed by more serious, more serious efforts. Like in the end, you want to become, good at. It's definitely a good exercise, but yeah, like I said, I would just go a bit longer. I mean, for a beginner, it might be very useful though, like to get rid of certain ideas, right? If you can do like uh, gesture drawing, 30-second gesture drawing, the right way, it'll help you, right? What I mean with the right way is that you really observe, you really watch the shapes, like, right? If you do like a gesture drawing in 30 seconds, basically the time spent looking at your paper should be like reduced to a minimal, right? This stream gnarled is PG, so, or reasonably. I think the new rules are probably fine, if people like interpret them correctly rather than think it's like a free for all, like uh, place for yeah. I think they just interpreted the rules way too liberally. In order to improve, I follow the advice of Kai Green. He's like a bodybuilder, right? I saw in this documentary him saying, you need to string together days of efficient action. It's just a beautiful quote. So what it means is you have to find something that works, something you like, something that works, like, and you can do that in art, really easily by just following your gut feeling about your stuff, like you try a bunch of stuff, and then at some point you say, like, okay, this is it, this is what I like this drawing. You don't need to have like a complete full idea of like what you want your art future to be, right? But sometimes you make a drawing and then you say to yourself, like, okay, this is good, this is what I liked. And then you repeat this process. You try to repeat this this form of success, right? Or you can follow my exercise here, for example, and take my super exercise, right? So if you can do this exercise every day, right? You're doing exactly what this guy says. And Kai Green is like Mr. Olympia or something. He's a body. I'm not into bodybuilding, but just made a lot of sense what he said. I just happened to stumble on this documentary about his life. So what you need to learn is how to foreshorten, right? You need to understand, you need to rely on your observation, right? This is an elbow, right? If I copy this, right, and I trace this line, right, and I put the line aside, you'd never say this is like an elbowy line, right? So you need to rid yourself from like your perceived ideas of what stuff looks like, right? And just observe, and that'll make you a better artist. You can do something called blind contour drawing, for example, where you don't look at your paper, right? You just like look at your hand and try to draw the outline, right? And you got to move a lot slower, right? And really pick a point on your hand, lock your eye to it, and move your eyes, and at the same time move your pen, right? If I do this, some stuff happens sometimes with this Mac. I can do fireworks. Wait, it doesn't work. All of a sudden, it doesn't work. Anyway, how do I feel? I think it is what it is. For me, it brings more people to the art section than before, so it's not bad for me. All right, next one. So how I do it, I just spend as much time on them as I want, right? But just try to go like fluently. Oops, that's too big. What do you say? The hand drawings word at least? Yeah, it's the best one I've ever did. No, the point is just that you stop looking at the page. Uh, I had this art teacher once that said, um, I can tell who did the best drawing without looking at the student's work, right? And he said it's just because I, I see the people watching the model, and the best one will be observing the model the most, right? So you gotta watch the model more than you watch your own drawing, right? You gotta constantly observe what you're seeing, checking if you're in the right spot, right? So let's say you want to draw this line, you gotta stop, you know, stop and look. People will do this and then they'll do that, right? They'll go like this, right? But it's wrong. You gotta stop, check if which of the lines is higher, for example, right? If you just do that, you see the bottom of the breast, right? People will draw this line in one go, right? But on the reference, this one is higher, right? So if you get enough of these little mistakes, in the end, your drawing looks like crap. But if you can like check and see, like, oh, I'm gonna draw this, you know, is it? I've already drawn this arm, right? People will draw that line here, and they'll be off, right? And in the end, all that stuff, you know, that builds up, and then your drawing looks like shit. But if you stop, observe, and see where you place the line, right, then it's good. I'm not saying you gotta be like crazy and not, crazy slow and not, you know, but you can at least try a little bit. I mean, I also make mistakes, plenty of mistakes, right? But if you look at this point and that point and say which one is lower, which one is higher, you can, or this point and that point, right? You can avoid a lot of mistakes. Yeah, flip the reference. That's a good. It's a good idea. But with this kind of faster gesture drawing, um, you you can't really do that, right? And with all these tips, it's not gonna go any faster or easier because um, yeah, drawing is really it's a physical skill, so it's a connection between your muscles and your brain, you know, much like a sports activity. So just, you know, reading about it, learning about it, that's stuff that can help, right? But in the end, it's just muscle memory. So you gotta know about the right principles and then apply them. Just just knowing about art theory is not enough to become a good artist. It'll make you like it's like being a soccer commentator, you know? They know all about the sport, but they cannot like jump the way you know Ronaldo does. So it's better to just maybe watch one tutorial and then practice than like know about every single one out there. My only issue is I do them too thick. You know, don't even think about this kind of stuff, you know, just like see it as something like a meditation, you know. Don't care about, you shouldn't care that much about the results. Um, it's like doing, you know, going to the gym, you know, it's just another day, you know, in the gym. And you'll see the end result in a couple of years, right? Check back in a couple of years rather than, you know, nitpicking your skill level and feeling bad about yourself because you didn't do a good job. I don't know. It takes time. So again, if you want to get these references, you can follow uh, this link. We can go here for. Oh, that doesn't work anymore. God damn it. Mm, so you can go here if you want to get these ref packs, and it supports the channel. So if you want me to keep doing this kind of stuff, it helps a lot. All right, next one. Jumping pose, very happy. Hey, now, yo, what's up? Yeah, welcome to our little safe for twerking and unwanted, unsolicited dick pics. Hey, Gustav. I messed up the proportions here. Um, I just kind of go by observation. I don't, I don't measure in these ones. Ow, pain. Hey, Rosenays. So I'll try to explain the idea again is to yeah, you have to make sure you get into a drawing habit, right? You draw every day. You set up some kind of holy time, do whatever it takes to get this time, right? People will try to say you're crazy. People will say, like it's a waste of time. People will like they'll hate that you do it and they'll try to take this time away from you, It is like that. Don't give in, you know. it's often like you take time for yourself to do something, and people will be like, oh, why are you doing this? Don't give in to this kind of stuff. They just don't think it's possible to become good at something. They don't want to see you exceed, or how do you say that? And then draw every day. Take this hour and draw. I used to figure out ways to like increase my drawing time, right? So I used to go to school with when I did illustration school, right? So I used to go to school with my bike, right? But I started going by bus, which was like an hour ride. It was either it's like a 35 minute bike ride or a painfully slow bus ride that had a million stops. So I chose to do the bus ride because then, you know, I know I can't sit still, right? So it's like if I take the bus, I'm gonna be drawing, because I'll be super bored. And at the time, there was no cell phones like they have now, right? So these little distraction machines that you had, those didn't exist, right? So really, it was either looking at like my text messages on a flip phone, you know, which doesn't take any time at all, right? I wasn't a texter. So I did the bus ride, and yeah, it just gave me an extra hour of drawing that I otherwise wouldn't have, right? Same thing with other stuff. Like I knew like if I go home, it's 4 o'clock. I'm gonna like crash when I'm home and like either you know play video games or sleep or watch TV, right? So rather than going home after school, I just took my sketchbook, went to sit in like a bar or something, and by myself, and then it's the same thing. It's boring. You're gonna be drawing, right? So yeah, just because I kind of know myself. You, don't you feel there's always kind of like a morning you who's like motivated and it's ready to take on any task, and then there's like the evening you that just wants to eat like uh you know wants to eat what's that called, crisps, chips, and drink beer. Be comfortable. So for me, it always comes in the evening, right? So what I try to do is like be smarter than that guy and put myself in situations where this guy doesn't have a chance to like decide what's going to happen. So instead of going home, I would go to like a bar and sketch. Hey, Rosenhaze. Yeah, it seems like that's what's happening. I haven't checked the front page. Is it gotten worse again? I mean, I'm also drawing something that's, you know, kind of sexy. So, right, let's have the furry drawings returned. Twerking sesh. Oh my god. And it's not even live people. It's just like, oh god. But we're doing good. We're climbing the charts. All right, next pose. This one's taking way too long. Twitch isn't dead, guys. It's just temporary. Don't worry. You know, they want to subtly tap into money that, uh, you know, sexy art streamers make on other platforms. But I don't think it was the way they intended. They intended it to be. Feel free to hit the follow button, guys, if you haven't. Yeah, right. Hey, Berkner. I like the learning experience of people teaching yoga art by spread eagle just in front of the cam. Yes, it teaches you how to stretch. Very good. Oh, the head placement is totally off by super far. Like you could say something like this is not allowed, for example, right? Because it shows a certain level of nakedness, right? So that would be like bad, right? But I think the idea was just to allow like slightly slightly more, like if you would do figure drawing or something, then I don't think you should get banned for that. Just get rid of this face, it sucks. Sucks. It's strange, right? It's like the neck is like right there, but it seems so long from here. Yeah, I think so too. That's the big thing, right? I mean, I think there's even like tasteful porn in this regard, and just like straight up, I don't know, like the stuff I saw yesterday was just downright disturbing. All these 4,000-year-old vampires in the form of a 12-year-old like manga girl. Rosenace. I should go to work for my boss sees me on the art section, Twitch, and sees kids. Yeah, probably. Thank you, Rosenhaze. Scroll Reaper. I think they already made a point by banning certain very offensive streamers. I think really the intent of the update is to allow certain stuff to be like more lenient, right? Say you're like Vinny Fantastic, you can stream, something like that would be like, I think that would be cool, right? I don't know if you know this artist, Vinny Fantastic. I mean, even this guy goes probably too far for, in some cases. But yeah, it does stuff like this, right? So like pinup art. I feel like that should be like allowed. Like if you draw something like that, that does, before it just meant, even something like this, would mean, you'd get a ban. Right, so now we have 5. We can do some more on this page, but we need to find some more references. So again, guys, if you want to get this reference back, just follow this. Or do my links keep disappearing too? So yeah, if you follow this link and get the ref pack, it supports the channel too. Yes, Rosenhaze, very much indeed. So Let's see. Falling is interesting. That's a good pose. That's a good pose. Do I ever do construction beforehand? I would say this is kind of like my construction. This is what I do beforehand, and then use something like the the move tool, a warp tool to like shift things around. Normally, I do something like this, but just slower, right? Um, I'm able to do this kind of stuff because it's just I do it a lot, and right. So this is kind of like my way of working. Something I would do is like make add a layer, a white layer, lower the opacity, so you see less of the you know do it like this and then redraw it, fix the mistakes. Even with the point Twitch has made, the only thing I was thinking is how to have the hot tub schools channels. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna last. The twerking stuff is. I can't believe, like. I don't believe that would be like. I don't think that's the intention. But they probably still. They like need to have a meeting, right? Where they say, "Oh no, this is not what we." They gotta do the meeting first, and then maybe that stuff will change. I think it's just an unintended consequence of their policy change. I don't think twerking will stay in the arts section. I mean, if they're fine with that, that would be like a problem. But I can't imagine they would like leave it like this. It's only like day two, right? Like if they would keep it, that'd be crazy. Seems to me that the music is gone. Is Claire Lafoot? No, never heard of her. Maybe maybe in southern Belgium. Yeah, I do not know what the Walloon people like. That's 6. Draw the following one really soon. Hey guys, thanks for the follows. Hey, Sai Chung. Right, next one. If you guys want to get a ref back, just go and get it following this link. She looks a little bit like she's acting for, you know, to shoot this ref back. Comfy clouds, no, they've just been people are just being careful because I think a lot of people were banned yesterday, and a lot of these bans were legit, but Some bands were like not, like they haven't walked back to policy, and they said they would unban people unjustly banned, because there's people banned because they were mass reported, because popular Twitch streamers, some popular Twitch streamers, they criticize the policy, right? And they're just banning, mass reporting every um, sexy drawing, basically, including ones that weren't violating the new TOS. So I don't. It's still the idea to like have it, but what people were doing wasn't. It wasn't what was intended, I think. Heard Will St. John said when he hired fashion models to pose, he often had to tell them not to look fierce. I mean, it's good, right? I think it's good that they look fierce. It all depends on what you want for the drawing. It's not Let's not pretend women are some kind of frail creatures that have to look subservient. That's annoying. How many days do you think was banned? I was once banned for 4 days or 5 days for drawing a nipple. It was making the yeah, yeah, I'm sure it was. Yeah, they would just go for their standard posing, I guess. What they do what they always do. Of course, it's normal. I think Twitch would want to avoid having a reputation where Oh, you stream on Twitch. Isn't that the where they draw, child porn all the time? I don't think they would want that. I think that seems very bad for your company. No, right? We're at 182 viewers. It's the most we've had in a while. Let's see, some more references. I think we gotta start a new page soon. Let's take a different reference back. See, there's this thing called a ref back called cartoonish poses, which looks good. I really lost interest in trying to break into the art industry because I tried hard in the past and not got nowhere except an internship. That's good. It's already good. I'm not good at networking. It's also just as hard to build a community via social media. Yeah, you just can do art for your own purposes. Ooh, these are amazing poses. Let's see. Check it out. if you want to get these reference packs, let me get the link for this one. And bookmark the link for later if you want. Alright, so that's page 1 done. Another page. Yeah, you can have it as a hobby, right? I mean, you don't have the hassle. You can make money in a better way. Like, we cannot do it for just, like, for money. Doing it for money is pretty tough, you know. Alright, let's get some more poses. What makes it tough? Hmm. Yeah, just like if you want to work for a company, it's really the skill level required is very high for companies. So either you're not that good, and then the pay is bad, and the clients are bad. So that sucks. You know, it's no fun to work for these shitty clients for no money, right? Um, if you're good, then yeah, you went through the whole like practice thing, so you basically have no life. Yeah, it's very competitive. I mean, I think if you're a certain level, it's not that competitive because there's only, you know, people they're looking for, you know, the number of artists who have the required skill level is very low, so they kind of like, you know, they kind of need you. Um, but then you ask more money, and then they kind of like want to underpay you. You know, it's always like a thing. It never stops, basically. I mean, it's hard to just explain. Um, you gotta be, yeah. Scroll Reaper has it. You have to be your own art marketer, art director, student, self-discipline. It's all true. Have you tried breaking into the kind of art that gets sold and resold? No, I don't. I'm not gonna. It's not my goal. Not gonna bother. Right, poses, 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 poses. Let's just start with this one. I think you gotta be really good for like the very good jobs. and it's very hard to reach that level where somebody says draw this and then you can just do that. Right? We need this kind of thing, and it needs to appeal to a million people and make us a lot of money. Basically, that's what they're asking you. Uh, just look at Wesley Burt, for example. That would be a good example of how good you gotta be. Mind you, he's like one of the best, so I mean, there's definitely levels below that, right? Where you can still find a job and not be that good, but he's he's someone who works for Marvel Studios. You have to see like every art. You know, there's a lot of ways to make money. It's like I don't want to like discourage you, right? But any like there's a lot of ways to make money with art, right? But you have to know the rules for each of these like markets. Let's say you want to be an illustrator. You want to, you know, for magic, you want to know how that works. You want to look at magic artists. You want to look at the level required, you know, to work for them. But there's so much, you know. There's storyboarding. There's Yeah, you can be a concept artist for animation. You can be a concept artist for a video game. You can be a concept artist for animation inside video game, like for the movie departments. You can be a color key artist. You can be a layout artist. You can be a storyboard artist. You can be just like an all-round guy. You can be an environment artist, like environment concept artist. You can be a character concept artist. You can be an illustrator for tabletop games. You can be an illustrator for educational magazines, for historical magazines. Each and every one of these areas has their own rules, right? So if you want to have a job, you have to learn what those rules are, and you have to like make a portfolio that's aimed towards a particular niche, right? If you manage to do that, it might be, you know, like a lot easier, right? If you want to be a comic book artist, right, you can be a prop designer, a character designer. Yeah, exactly, right. If you want to have the most chance to get into a gaming studio, you got to become a prop designer, right? Because imagine like how many, like think of how many props there are in a video game, right, compared to characters, right? There's thousands of props, you know. There's maybe like dozens of characters. There's thousands of props. Let's say you have a video game, you know, like a, that's like very art directed, where every prop needs to be designed. You know, that kind of stuff exists, right? So if you can design props, you know you'll have a better chance of getting into a studio, you know. But it's design, you know. You're not. It's not. It's not useful for a video game company if you're good at drawing rocks and trees, you know, because that kind of fun stuff, you know, Usually, the art director will do that. Just like, yeah, here's some inspirational pieces. They get to do the fun stuff, uh, and then the juniors will get to do. They'll get to draw like, yeah, we need a toilet design for this back room. That's what you'll get to do, right? So if you for example are can get good at like designing an engine room, some very specific stuff. That's what you need to. If you can do that, you'll find job anywhere. Because that's what they need. Like difficult stuff. Because first of all, there's way less competition in these areas. Because everyone wants to be a character designer, right? So only a few get the character design jobs. If you want to have, if you want to be a character designer, you better be really good, right? You can always luck out on a job, or like that's very very possible. But yeah, so now you know all the secrets. Look, I didn't come up with this. Like, I heard this from Feng Zhu, who runs a school in concept design, who you could consider as being like a very, very traditional, pure concept artist, right? So just take his word for it if you don't want to believe me. My mentor is pushing me to be at senior level before I even start applying for character modeler. It's a strategy. It's a good strategy. Like if you have time, if you can create a situation where you can live and just practice and get better, it's it's probably worth it to make sure you're good, you know, from the start, so you have a better job. I mean, some people you can always learn on the job, but if your job is too crappy, you might not get better. It might be hard to like get into, because sometimes once you're in a job, you have to do what the job requires, and sometimes the job is to not make any portfolio worthy work. You know, if you take a job at a slot casino website and you gotta spend 8 hours creating slot machines, it's gonna be hard to like get your portfolio ready to do, um, you know, to do like uncharted level of environment design, right? Because you get home from work at 8 o'clock, uh, and you're tired. You're too tired to work on your portfolio because you've been looking at slot machines for 8 hours, and you're just sick of it. you're sick of uh, you're sick of like watching a 3D program. You close your eyes and you see like slot machines. You see like the numbers like because you've been testing it like all day. Yo, Lola on Twitch.
Infantry form up for advance.
Archer's ready.
Hello, Raiders. Hey Lola, feel free to show us your work or what you've been working on. We'd love to see. Give Lola a follow if you like, because she's cool that she raids us. What anecdote? I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, like no, it's about the casino website. No, I haven't worked on a casino website, but I've had this situation. Like I worked for storyboard as a storyboard artist for advertising for like 2 years, and it left me so unmotivated that I didn't do any personal work anymore, and I didn't even do like, you know, I was just working from job to job, basically hating my work, and I stopped creating personal work. So my portfolio wasn't getting updated, right? And then thankfully, kind of got saved by someone I used to work with who gave me a job somewhere else, and I just kind of realized suddenly like what I was doing. Like I was basically wasting my talent, or the talent I worked for to have. by not, you know, by not making stuff. Maybe the good that thing that came out of it, that you had to make boring things like toothpaste commercial more entertaining. I don't know about that. You don't really get like any say on the script usually. You're just there so the client can see, because they can't visualize anything, so they want you to like show. They basically just need some drawings to convince the client to say yes so they can move along with the commercial. And you can make it look interesting, like shot wise, but you don't get to decide on the story. But yeah, thanks. There might have been a couple of moments like that where you made, Or you made it look good. Okay. Maps and maps and maps. Maybe we figure out what this doggy is looking at. Do I listen to music? Yes. Can you not hear the music right now? Because I thought I had music on. That's crazy. It's not muted here. I don't know what's wrong. What about now? Oh well. Yeah, I know, I know. Supposed to, like, I can see the stuff moving, so it's supposed to work, but I don't know why it's not. Probably gotta update something. No, it is, but it's. I'm on a Mac, so you need like this plugin called Black Hole, and then I drew this guy, and I really don't like it. I just hate it. Hate it. What am I gonna draw here? You know, little friend. An alien. I need to draw original characters. We're talking Mobius or Morbius. Because I hate it so much, I'm going to hide it. Alright, what's this dog you're looking at? Maybe just like a little kid. Okay, I know. It's like a zombie kid, and his guts are like hanging out, and then the doggy is looking like hungrily at like something that looks like a sausage. I can have his little tongue stick out somewhere. It's not necessary. It's like a little emo zombie boy with like a plug in his ear. Just holding a pile. Oh, Mobius. I was thinking about like the singer, like the Mobius, like the techno artist. I was like, what's got to do with anything? It's gonna be a rather static pose, maybe. You're doing it. No, I haven't. I just did some gesture drawings, but they're all clothed from from here. Guys, if you wanna like try out my brushes, just go to my website. So he's holding it like this. The sketchbook background. I don't know. I just wanted to like emulate what a. There used to be a lot of people who do like they colored their sketchbook pages in Photoshop. Um, but yeah, I made this. It actually comes from this job I once had, where I had to do portraits for this magazine, and they were like tiny pencil portraits, right? And they pasted it kind of like on a similar colored background, right? I don't know. No, I think it's just white. I think I came up with the background color after, but um, yeah. So basically, I got sick of doing the portraits traditionally because I had to draw, scan, and then the scan came out bad, and I had to like I made this brush to basically touch up the pencil drawings, and then after a certain time I just switched to drawing in in that brush, and I just did the portraits in that brush. So because it was just quicker, and I could, if I didn't have time, I just could like trace the portraits, for example. It's just like way faster. to work with the pencil brush. And then at a certain moment, um, yeah, I thought, I really liked the brush, so I thought, hey, I'm gonna like try and do a sketch, with the brush, and that's how it came about. So yeah, it comes from wanting to emulate this moleskin feeling digitally. Hey, Ezzy, thanks. Yeah, I've seen it a lot. This is like the I Like Turtles kid. Hey, Ezzy, yeah, I'm from Belgium, from Antwerp City. Yeah, it's a picture of a moleskin. I got a couple of them. Like I could release like a pack, a downloadable pack with more of these. Yeah, more of these sketchbooks. And I'm drawing like only super skinny characters in this page. Way too skinny. You speak French? I speak French. I don't speak German. I speak Dutch. Hey, lumph. What's up? I don't know. No, I don't know what's going on. All I know here is that you can watch art that isn't messed up. And there's no twerking here, no twerk compilations here yet. Scrapbooking app. Is that cool? Oh, that sounds cool. So this zombie boy got his guts hanging out, and the dog is like, "Oh, nice." I think it also makes you think more of like, it's better for presentation when you post it. It also sort of like fools people. Probably doesn't anymore, but in the beginning, it really fooled people. I still get like, oh, what pencil is this? I don't know. I kind of get a kick out of that. Yeah, like how do you get these? How do you scan these drawings so crisp? Is another one I get a lot. Hey, if I get enough followers and subscribers, then I can turn this into a twerking stream. Oh, all right, guys. I gotta go in a couple of minutes. I got a mentorship class. Hey, mentorships aren't open at the moment. It's just I did it like in the beginning of last year. Might do it more next year. Um, but yeah, I had 10 places. Most of the people they stopped it already. All for different reasons, right? But I was gonna do client, some client work. So the people are left. There's just two real nice people. I would feel bad to say no to them. So they're still doing it. And it's cool to see their like progress. Yeah, so maybe next year I'll make some more spots. All right, thank you. So everyone, thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure to be your safe haven in this time of Twitch shenanigans. Hope you guys realize we do not have to, you can just create art for the fun of it. And yeah, if you like to support me, you can go to my website jensklassens.com, get my brush back or anything else. So thank you for watching, and see you next week. Can try to rate someone also. That's also a good idea. Bye bye.